Good morning and welcome to the Scenic Regional Council Ordinary Meeting for Wednesday the 27th of May 2026, and I declare the meeting open. I believe we have a full attendance today and there are no apologies, and now call upon Councillor Moriarty for prayers. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Lord, we just give you thanks for the opportunity to meet in the Scenic Regional Council today. We give thanks for recent rain across the region that will help pastures grow and crops to grow and fill water tanks for those in need, Lord. We ask that you be with us throughout the meeting, that you will guide us, fill us with your wisdom and knowledge so that we make the best decisions possible for the people of this region. We ask all of this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councillor. Today, we acknowledge that this week marks the start of National Reconciliation Week, a time for all Australians to reflect on our shared histories, cultures and futures. Here in the Scenic Rim, we are privileged to live, work and play on the lands that hold deep cultural significance and enduring connection for First Nations people. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of these lands and pay our respects to elders past, present and future. This year's theme, All In, reminds us that reconciliation is everyone's responsibility. It calls on each of us to listen, learn and work together to build stronger relationships and a more united community. Council remains committed to fostering respect, inclusion and meaningful partnerships with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as we continue the journey of reconciliation together. Thank you. I believe we have no public question time today and no declarations from any of the members. Thank you. There are no announcements. I look for a member for confirmation of the minutes for the April. Councillor Hay.
Number 8, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have no petitions today?
Nothing.
Yeah. Thank you. Confirmation of the minutes. Councillor Hay. Could you read out the recommendation?
That the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 29th of April 2026 be adopted.
Thank you. Seconder to that? Councillor Sanders. Anything further regarding the minutes? That said, I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Any business arising? With that, I now move to item 11.1 and call upon Councillor Sanders.
Good morning. I have the privilege of introducing item 11.1, the 2026 Australian Local Government Women's Association National Conference. I'll move straight to the motion. The motion, as per the board, that 1, Council authorise Councillor Kerry Cryer to attend the 2026 Australian Local Government Women's Association National 75th Anniversary Conference to be held in Manly, New South Wales on the 20th to the 22nd of August 2026. And 2, in accordance with CP 00014 Council Policy, Councillor expenses and reimbursement, Council authorised payment of all reasonable costs incurred by the attendee in relation to attendance at this event, including travel, accommodation and incidentals, noting the estimated cost of attendance per person is $3,439.09 GST inclusive. And 3, Councillor Cryer to present a report to Council detailing initiatives and outcomes from the conference.
Thank you, Councillor. Before we go any further, Councillor Cryer, did you wish to accept that nomination?
Thank you, Mayor.
I would like to accept it, but I also note that the original motion was interested councillors. I'd like to put it out there if there are other interested councillors as well.
Certainly, I'm happy to amend if required. Is there any other councillors that wish to attend?
Well, before we do you want to read the motion? You got to put a motion before us. So,
To amend it or just to?
do you
Okay,
wish to amend the motion?
Okay, I amend the motion to 1, council authorise interested councillors to attend 2026 Australian Local Government Women's Association National 75th Anniversary Conference to be held in Manly, New South Wales on the 20th to the 22nd of August 2026. And the rest as read.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion?
Sorry, Mr.
I have to change number 3 as well.
To change number 3.
And item 3, should a councillor or councillors attend the 2026 Australian Local Government Women's Association National 75th Anniversary Conference, then a report will be presented to council by the attending council or councillors detailing initiatives and outcomes.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion? Councillor Chalk. Councillor Sanders, would you like to talk to your motion?
I would love to, actually. This is all about bold beginnings and brighter futures. It's the ALGA 75th anniversary event in 2026. The keynote speakers are quite astounding, including Ida Buttrose, OBE, Annabelle Crabb, and the futurist Simon Waller, as well as previous female mayors and councillors. There will be discussions on items such as AI, there will be case studies, and there'll be advocacy issues for women in local government. So this is part of the professional development, networking and gaining experiences. And while this is the flagship gathering for female leaders, policymakers and change makers, it's a great way to build, like I said, your networking and your experience. And I'd recommend it to councillors.
Thank you. Members can raise questions at any point in time. Is Councillor Hay, you have a question or?
Yes, I'd just like to know when the motion was changed from what it was, the original recommendation that's now morphed into being Councillor Cryer, and now it's gone back to how it was. How did that come about? I'm a little confused given what was sent out for us to read.
Councillor Sanders?
I can put whatever motion I like, but I actually did ask Councillor Cryer whether she was interested, and I believe she said that she was interested, and she, from that conversation I didn't believe there was anyone else. So unfortunately, if I got it wrong, that is what I thought was acceptable to put. I've amended the motion to any councillors, so anyone can put their hand up if they so desire.
I think the point that Councillor Hay has made, that it would have been preferable to flag an amendment to the motion that was set out in the agenda.
Noted, thank you.
Question? Sorry, Councillor Chalk.
No, how would you like to proceed now?
It's up to the mover to move a motion. Recommendations are from the staff, so a mover can formulate any motion they desire, really. So, yes, I take your point that it could have been flagged, but...
Can I just add a comment there? Normally when this occurs, any changes happen once the original motion has been put, but in this case it appears that it's happened behind the scenes.
I don't think there's anything happening besides the scenes. Are you interested in going or not? Do you want me to put your name on there?
Just, thank you, Councillor Sanders. Councillor Moriarty.
Just to concur with Councillor Hayes' comments, Chair, that it doesn't quite smell quite right when a councillor rings another councillor up, and quite obviously Councillor Cryer was unaware that the motion was going to be changed, so it was done without her knowledge. That was quite obvious by her reaction. So I'm glad that it's been sent back to the original motion and happy to vote on that. But I just also want to acknowledge or make a comment, if I may, that under councillors...
Just before you do, did you want to talk against the motion?
Can I speak against the motion?
Please.
Thank you. So I just note under council's expense and reimbursement policy that was presented with this motion in the report that councils are entitled to be reimbursed for reasonable expenses incurred while undertaking their duties in accordance with this policy. The question now arises of what is a reasonable expense, and I acknowledge that the conference in Sydney is a national conference, and in other circumstances and times when money's not so tight, I'd be happy to support councillors attending the motion. My personal opinion is at the moment, given that the cost of living crisis that the country is going through and the challenges our councillors faced with, increases in expenses and struggling to get a balanced budget across the line for 26 and 27. My personal opinion, and I'm only speaking on my own behalf, is it would be prudent for councillors to consider tightening their own belts at this time and reconsider travel to especially conferences on a national scale. I think we've got plenty of local conferences that we can attend and events we can attend locally which are more relevant to our council, but that's just my personal opinion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hay, are you looking to ask a question or talk for the motion? Councillor Cryer, my apologies.
I'm looking to speak for the motion.
Thank you.
I believe that it's important to have representation at conferences and forums. It's the only way that councillors, or one of the ways that councillors can learn and also network with other councils and also show that we exist in the forum of local government. And the reason why I was taken aback a little bit by the motion was, yes, I was not phoned up, but it was a quick conversation, but I would still like to leave this open for interested councillors because as we have a 50% female representation, I feel that it's rather important to attend this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to speak against the motion purely from a conscience point of view. I agree with the comments made by Councillor Moriarty. Given some of the issues that are coming up further in today's agenda and the financial circumstances that our council finds itself in, yes, I'd love to go to the conference in Manly, being one of the 3 female councillors. However, I don't believe that in the current financial crisis we really can afford to be spending money on these things. Further to that, the ALGA South East Queensland group meet quarterly and Councillor Cryer and I attend those catch-ups. They are not paid for by council and we buy our own lunches and we meet with councillors from other South East Queensland councils, and in my opinion that's the only catch-up I really need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to talk for the motion? Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, I concur with the mover of the motion regarding having a councillor attend this. I think it broadens our horizons, and I take the point on dollars, but if we don't go and involve ourselves in these things, we will be left behind completely. And I believe it's not a big part of our budget, and it's, when you look at the budget that we're talking about at the present time, it is a very small part of it, and And I believe it's in the interest of council as a whole that we do have a representative at this.
Thank you, councillor.
Just
Anyone?
a point of clarification, if I may, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Sanders?
After what Councillor Hayes said and Councillor Cryer said, I would like to see if I can go back and change the motion and include Councillor Cryer on there. Is that possible?
You can amend your motion. The point to the existing motion is it allows the council to decide whether they want to send someone. The conference is in August. Members can now give consideration to, if the motion's passed, they can give consideration to nominations. Should it get up, there can be consideration for that at the next council meeting.
Okay.
So you have the choice, you can amend it, but there is nothing impeding the motion as it currently stands.
So I would like to amend the motion, if possible, please, to the original wording, the wording that I've
If
got.
I could just make a recommendation to the councillor for consideration, that there may be to leave the motion as it stands, allows for, whether it gets up or not, allows for further consideration given August is the conference is over 2 months away.
I understand that, and the councillor that we're maybe suggesting can decide if she does or doesn't want to go. But I'd really like, after we've had a previous motion, I'd really like to make sure that we clarify exactly what we're recommending. That's why I put a name up. So I would like to go back to the motion as I...
Yep, but you're only
Proposed.
focusing on one potential outcome. What I'm trying to allude you to, councillor, is that a lot of events may change where someone else may wish to attend as one of the many varied options
I
for
understand.
your consideration.
Yeah, so can that come back, if another person wants to attend, can that come back on another date?
That's why the motion is as it stands, councillor.
Okay, happy to leave as it is after I've spoken to the Deputy Mayor. He says leave it as it is. All right, I'll take on board that. Thank you. As it is. Put the motion.
Thank you, councillor. Is there anyone? Councillor Hay, you have a question?
Yes, I have a question through the chair. How much has been set aside in the current budget or next year's budget for attendance at this particular conference?
Through the CEO.
Through Mr Mayor, there's a general allocation, but there's also an amount per officer in the draft budget, that's $2,000. But then there's travel on top of that, then there's accommodation, which is out of that one. Okay?
Just a further question, if I may. What's the amalgamated amount that's set aside, please?
Oh, I knew the other one, but I don't know that one, sorry. We can come back to you on that at another time. Unless, sorry.
Oh, I forgot.
Take that on notice, councillor.
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? I'll briefly talk against the motion. It's already been flagged well and truly by Councillor Moriarty and Councillor Hay. I think there is a time and place for everything. We are a council that has considerable issues at hand that are set out on this agenda today, with a number of issues that have been laid before us that is bearing pressure on the ratepayer in terms of what's happening in this region, while there been, on top of that, the cost of living crisis that everyone's well aware of right across this country. I do support, obviously, the comments of Councillor McGuinness in that we should take the opportunities to participate, to stay with the times, but there is a time and place for everything. And given the current situation, I don't think this is the time or place, so we'll not be voting for this motion. Is there anyone wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor Hay, Councillor Sanders, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you. Yes, this is a very interesting conference, the Algra 75th anniversary event in 2026 with Ita Bradrose, Annabelle Crabb and Simon Waller speaking. I think it's an excellent way for councillors to get experience and undertake some networking events. So I'd like to put the motion.
I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Call for a division. Those in favour were Division 2, 4, 5 and 6. Against were the Mayor and Division 1 and 3. I now call upon Councillor Chalk to introduce item 11.2.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll introduce report 11.2, which is councillor representatives on committees and forums. I'll take the report as being read and I'll move the following motion, that 1, council appoint councillors as council law representatives on internal and external committees and forums from May 2026 to May 2027, as shown on table A. 2, council note the attendance of the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Divisional Councillors to various committees and forums during the 2024 to 2028 term of council, as shown on table B. 3, council authorise payment of all reasonable costs incurred by council law representatives in relation to attendance at meetings of the listed committees and forums. And 4, council advise the organisations of the respective appointed council law representatives as appropriate.
Thank you. I second it to the motion. Councillor Sanders. Councillor Chalk, would you like to talk to your motion?
As councillors, we represent a lot of community groups and in different forums and that, and it's a great honour to be able to do that as a councillor. It's a good way to get to know your community and the happenings around towns. I certainly enjoy my representation on the various committees that I represent over the last 6 years. So I think this is just a report that acknowledges all that. I'm happy to put it to the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions? Councillor Hay?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I did flag earlier this week that I had a concern about the Division 1 councillors' involvement with the Tamborine Mountain Sports Association, in that it reads that the divisional councillor is required to be a director, given that it's a company. I did flag that I'm not willing to become a director at this stage, given that there's a current ASIC investigation underway, and I'm quite happy to become a committee member once this has all been sorted out legally and the TMSA becomes an incorporated association, which is their intent. I don't believe that I should be exposed to any potential legal outcomes that relate to the current established company whilst it's under investigation. Thank you. So we may need to reword the wording for that particular item.
Through the CEO. Could I just make an additional question to save time? I just want to understand that it's a representation. Is there any actual requirement or ever has been to become a director of another organisation?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we had some discussion during the week, but I'll hand over to the Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor. My reading of that is that the nominee doesn't necessarily need to be a councillor. It could be an individual proposed by the council with suitable skills and competencies to fulfil the role on the board. I think Councillor Hayes' questions are relevant, but in terms of binding past actions of the committee, there's probably a question as to whether or not that arises at this point in time. I'm not familiar enough with the Constitution to provide a definitive response on that, but in the interests, council could just hold off on that nomination at this point in time and seek clarification on the completion of the ASIC investigation as a starting point to progress towards what that representation might look like under a different entity structure. Council's current insurance around officers and directors' liabilities would apply to that at this point in time, so there would be coverage, Councillor Hay, under those policies that we hold at the moment around professional indemnity for the organisation and you acting for and on behalf of council. One of the challenges that does also arise as a result of holding a position that relates to a company under the Corporations Act often can place a councillor in a position where there is what might be termed a conflict of duty between the duty as a director of that entity and the duties and obligations as a councillor under the Local Government Act 2009. So from my perspective, that's a point of caution to the council as well. So it may well be hold that nomination open at this point in time until we can get clarification from the entity on how that future structure will look. There is much less risk associated with the entity being seen as an incorporated association than a company limited by guarantee under the Corporations Act. Look, I hope that provides food for thought, Councillor Hay. It might not clearly answer the question that you raised. Thank you.
Through Mr Mayor, I think that's part of the discussion we had, and the safer option is once an incorporated association is established, you are covered by indemnity, which is taken for granted, but yes, one needs to wait to see what the entity is actually going to look like at the end of this process. And key to that is the ASIC stuff being completed as well.
Thank you. I'm satisfied with that potential outcome. I would comment that after being involved as a councillor and prior to being a councillor, that this is the first I've heard that the divisional councillor did not have to be the representative, because that's not the way I've read the agreement.
Before you do, Councillor Crowe, if I may, just going back to that point, and I'll put the question again. In the instances of this specifically as a sporting organisation, it goes back to the lease agreement between council or past lease agreements between council and the entity, that council can have a representative, whether that be council or the officer, and they are acting more in an observation and a representative role for council as opposed to an active committee member of that organisation. To the CEO.
Through Mr Mayor, and the Director will correct me, but on page 24, section 29 of the TMSA Constitution provides that one of the directors shall be a nominee of council. There is also potential for the Division 2 councillor to attend the meetings. So it doesn't actually specify the nominee of council. Happy for the Director to chime in there.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I have nothing else to add on that, other than it doesn't appear to me to be solely a direction or a distinction that it must be an elected representative.
Thank you. Councillor Crowe.
Thank you, Mayor. As I'm also included as a nominated representative on the list, I would like to just ask if I'm also included in it being held until it becomes an incorporated association.
There'll be a great deal of clarity once we get an understanding of what the structure is going to look like that will operate the facility in the future.
Thank you.
Chair, if I can just make a suggestion that we just remove any reference to councillors or names of individuals in that item until as everyone has alluded to, until we know the structure of the organisation moving forward would be a logical way to proceed, I would suggest.
Yeah. And note that it is part of TMSA's constitution, not a requirement of council, and doesn't comply with the lease agreement. Councillor Chalk?
Well, would you like an amendment to state that?
Just trying to crunch that through. It is probably best.
Well, amendment would have to read something like remove the wording in table B under the section of Tamworth Mountain Sports Associated Limited Board, in their section notes of consideration, remove all wording.
So you want it in, do you want it in paragraph 2, which refers to table B?
Can do, and with the exception of removing the wording in table B under the section Tamworth Mountain Sports Associated Limited Board.
Sorry, with the exception of removing the
Wording.
information.
Until the structure's resolved.
Removing the information.
One specific column.
Yeah, it's in notes of consideration under the organisation Tamworth Mountain Sports Associated Limited Board. If you just remove all the wording, then there's no. You could add until
Was it in board, sorry?
limited board.
Limited, yeah. Is that right? Oh, sorry, until
Until the structure has been agreed, until the management structure has been agreed, is that right? Until the management,
until the entity
yeah, the entity
Yeah.
has been, entity structure has been, sorry,
has been agreed.
agreed.
Resolved.
Probably resolved.
Because it's not our issue, it's their issue that needs to be resolved.
And is aligned, can you just put this to be a bit more specific? And is aligned with council's lease agreement.
So
Yes.
through you, Mr Mayor, can I just clarify? That means you will not be going to their meetings? Or in what, inverted commas, in what capacity will you attend the meetings?
Well, until now, I've attended all their committee meetings as a non-voting person, purely to be informed and bring matters back to council where necessary, or to make a contribution as a Division 1 councillor to discussions that they may have. But I've never been a voting participant at any meeting, but I would intend to continue to attend their meetings if so invited.
Director of Infrastructure.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Councillors, may I suggest that for the concluding sentence of point 2, that is worded to align with council's land tenure agreement. As you're aware, we're currently running through whether or not these will be lease or management agreements into the future, and that will ensure that this resolution captures whatever that particular land tenure agreement is.
Thank you. Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, I might just comment, and I concur with Councillor Hay, and I don't think we should be subjecting ourselves as councillors to a role such as this, but it's not the first time it's happened. There was a previous Division 1 councillor who actually resigned from there, and because he didn't know what, he wasn't very happy with what was going on, let's say, going into, and I believe he was in the right there too, for a change.
Yep. Can I also add that since that former councillor's resignation, from the board and removal as a director in, I think, his first year of his term, I believe. There was no representation by a councillor for the remaining 3 years of his term, nor was there any representation or attendance by the next councillor, which was Councillor Swanborough, and it was only when it was brought to my attention that I should have been attending that I started to attend. So.
Councillor Chalk.
Do you want me to read the amendment clearly? So my amendment would be to the motion in section 2 that council note the attendance of the mayor, deputy mayor and divisional councillors to various committees and forums during the 2024 to 2028 term of council as shown on table B, with the exception of removing the information in notes of consideration under the organisation Tamborine Mountain Sports Associated Limited Board until the entity structure has been resolved and is aligned with council's land tenure agreement.
Thank you. Councillor Sanders, you're happy with the amended motion?
Absolutely happy, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 11.3, call upon Councillor McInnes.
Thanks, Mayor. It's my pleasure to introduce 11.3 2025-2026 Infrastructure Capital Works Program Delivery, March 2026. I take it this has been read by members. It's a bit of background on it. Council continues to invest in the renewal and rehabilitation of the region's infrastructure through the delivery of Council's Infrastructure Capital Works Program. The attached report details delivery of Council's 2025-2026 program. This includes detailed project status report, updates for projects identified as significant projects. I'll move on to the motion. The council note the Infrastructure Capital Works Program update as presented. I so move. Mayor.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion? Councillor Sanders. Councillor McInnes, you wish to talk further?
No, we realise there's plenty going on here at the present time, and there's staff are trying to get everything done, and as we're coming towards the end of the financial year, to me, there are a few projects there that are lagging behind, and that we'd all like those to be finished. But I pay congratulations to the staff on what they have been able to do up until this point of time, and I look forward to the rest of these projects being finished off. But I've got that much more to add in any specifics there, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, if I've got a question for the officer, please. I just noticed line item 900495 drainage projects as a sum of almost $800,000 has been removed from that budget. Can we just have an explanation, given there's a lot of drainage works that needs to be done around the place?
Thank you for the question, and through the Mayor. That drainage works was our minor drainage works, and looking at our relining program. Report coming up shortly in relation to the third quarter budget review that has been pushed out to assist in funding an increasing cost in the Hinchcliffe Bridge. And those projects are just deferred to next year.
Thank you. And line item 90017577, there's a building facility upgrade in Peak Crossing. The program's under investigation. Can we just have an explanation about that project and why it's under investigation, please?
I'll have to take, through the Mayor. answer the question on notice, but it's in relation to our transfer facility. So just looking under investigation with a couple of other projects happening at the present point in time in relation to IT upgrades and how best that facility can be utilised.
Thank you. And just one final question. Oh, it's a comment more than anything, but I just noticed there are a number of projects that are described as being underway with 0% completed. So it sort of gives an impression that we've got a lot of things are underway and progressing, but 0% completed. Just an explanation of how something could be underway with nothing completed on it yet.
Through the Mayor, I'll take on notice and double check some of those percentages, but in the instance of a number of those projects where they are underway but not have, at the timing of the report, haven't actually physically had any financial costs or occurred to date. So it'd just be the timing of when the report is formulated as to cost involved.
Thank you.
Councillor Hay.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a question as well. The Gowanaba Park Fire Trail landslip sites, of which there are 2, when is that work likely to be completed?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So, councillors, this is work which is funded under the RECA, or Queensland Reconstruction Authority funding. It's currently been delayed due to the recent wet weather that's been experienced. Landslip works in and of themselves are precarious, let alone when there is rainfall, which causes further instability on the slope. Look, at this stage, we're hoping for completion within the coming months. The engineers are currently assessing how expeditiously that work can be undertaken to ensure that we can continue under the current funding agreement with QRA. So look, I'll provide further updates to councillors as we continue to evaluate that project.
Thank you. And one further question. Item 9001562, rehabilitation of landfill cells, and I appreciate that's going to come up later in this agenda as well for discussion. Carrying on from Councillor Moriarty's comment, it shows 80% completed and still underway for 2,951,407. Is that actually the position, that it's 80% completed?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I make a distinction, rehabilitation of landfill cells as opposed to construction of new cells. So this particular line item is attributed or apportioned directly to the covering up, stabilisation, battering, and in some cases revegetation of the existing cells, cell 2A and 2B, as it would be on site. That rehabilitation has been largely completed, so it is at 80% completion, but it is unrelated to other elements that we will be discussing with respect to leachate management on site.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes?
Nothing more to add, Mayor.
I'll put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Call upon Councillor Hay to introduce item 11.4.
Thank you, Chair. I take the report as read, and I'd like to introduce item 11.4, 2026 Interim Audit Report. And I'll move straight to the motion and then speak to it. The motion is that, in accordance with Section 213 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council note the Auditor-General's interim report for the 2025 to 2026 financial year.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Cryer. You wish to talk to your motion, Councillor Hay?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just draw everyone's attention to the 2 items that were highlighted as deficiencies in that report, and just read from the report. I'll just have to find the right page. Now, also I'd like to add that the audit annual fee for council is $160,000. which people may not be aware of. Now, the report identified 2 deficiencies for the current financial year, being 26 CR-1, inconsistent application of the procurement manual and policies, and 26 CR-2, unapproved and unsubstantiated purchasing card transactions. And I'll just read from the actual report itself, which is, it starts at page 35 of the agenda. Okay, if we go to page 36, key observations arising from our audit. In this phase, we identified 2 control deficiencies in procurement and expenditure. These issues did not require us to perform additional audit procedures and will not impact our timelines. They are consistent with matters previously identified in both internal and external audit in prior years. I would like to just ask a question, if I may, to the relevant director. Given that these items have been identified in previous years, what actions are we undertaking to address them, given that they've been highlighted as the 2 deficiencies in the current report, please?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you for the question. Councillor Hay, I'll note up front this report hasn't been received by the Audit Committee yet. The timing of the audit report has come in between Audit Committee meetings, so it's yet to be discussed there. In relation to the 2 matters have been raised, they do form part of a substantial piece of work that had been ongoing around Council's procurement improvement program. What has been undertaken has been improvements to the policies around that and significant work around developing a manual for how things are done. What's been the focus probably from the start of this calendar year are making some improvements into the technology and the system and how we do business. Now, that technology went live as of the 18th of May or thereabouts. So we have redeveloped the systems and processes inside the software for how we can better mitigate those matters that have been raised through audit in the past. People weren't necessarily working around the system but not using the system to its best endeavour. So there has been training and retraining undertaken of the key staff, and part of this is just about trying to change some custom and practice in the organisation from this is how we've always done things to a new way of working for the organisation. It is about improving the efficiency of how we go about this work as well. So that has been discussed with Council's external auditors to talk them through that, because there are, there's a significant sample of information there that shows, we haven't been doing as well as we can be. But I think the changes in how we now go about the system will start to reap some greater reward around that. So it just has taken time for us to make those fixes for the organisation, and there are going to be some more checks and balances in there as well now, and some stronger oversight. Now the Manager of Financial Services is overseeing that coordination of the procurement activities. There's another layer of oversight around the controls that need to exist. Rather than talk about the technical answers, if you're satisfied with that response.
Yes, thank you.
Just one further question, if I may, to that in terms, and this is for the audience and the media. Can you extend the conversation a little bit further in terms of the capability and capacity? So the numbers involved of staff and the training required that will enhance that capability and capacity, and what that will deliver as an outcome for Council.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. We have significant work to do around improving our procurement practices. That has been commenced for a period of probably 12 months or more now. Staff were trained through policy and process changes back in December, January. There's been more training over the last month or so around the software. There is intended to be further training as we continue to put more structure around how we do the procurement in the organisation. That's partly around improving the effectiveness of how we do things, but also the efficiency of the processes that we work through as an organisation. and that is putting in place more structured procurement processes and arrangements. So each and every time we need work done, it isn't a matter of going back and out through 3 quotes or a request for quotation or request for tender process, but using structured panels and arrangements that we can put in place. It is a work in progress, Mayor, and we are seeking to make sure that one of those things that we can measure is, if you like, a productivity enhancement of savings. So in round number, there's probably upwards of $50 million in our materials and services spend. If we set a target of saving 1% of that through efficiencies, that's a significant saving for the organisation, and that's where our focus will be over the next 12-month period.
With that, can we expect then to see a cost-benefit analysis come back to Council at some stage in terms of these training of staff and outcomes?
Certainly we can report back, whether it's through a direct cost-benefit analysis per se, or just an analysis of where savings have been made. Happy to report back that progress over the next 6 months, once we've got things a little more established. We're a bit in the infancy, so happy to commit to bring a future report back on what's been realised in terms of savings.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor McInnes.
Oh, sorry.
Any further questions? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. Just probably moving on from Councillor Hayes' further comments, I'm just flagging these issues, that in the procurement and contract management section, it says there were 742 instances of purchase orders being created and approved after the invoice or order is received from a supplier or contractor to the value of $19 million. Is it standard practice within the council for purchase orders being created after the works, only after we've been invoiced for the work? Is that given there's 42 instances, is that standard practice, and is that an area that needs to be tightened up?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Moriarty. That's part of the reason that we need to change the software and the process. People were sort of working backwards, if that makes sense. It doesn't necessarily reflect that we were purchasing outside of policy. It just means our process was a little bit back the front. So the intent is to minimise that practice, and that would normally be the minimised practice, by using better structured arrangements and improving how we utilise the software in our day-to-day work. So, that is a point to be concerned, but there's some context around how we were doing that as an organisation that I've taken some ownership of to try and fix and address that back through getting the software improved and adjusted.
Thank you. And my second question is just around the use of corporate credit cards. And it states in the report that, in effect, the practice doesn't match the policy, as 4 out of 6 sample transactions were insufficiently substantiated and unclear assessment of appropriateness or value for money assessment, particularly with purchases made under the entertainment and hospitality expenditure policy. 4 out of 6 samples would indicate that the proper process hasn't been followed. I would consider that to be somewhat concerning. I'm not really asking for an answer, because I'm aware that you're trying to work through these issues and resolve them, but just making that comment that it would seem to be, especially with regard to the entertainment and hospitality expenditure policy, that's an area that would possibly need some work, I would suggest.
Please.
I will make a response to that, Councillor Moriarty. So one of the things that has occurred over the last, I'm going to say 6 months, is Council has changed its credit card provider. So banking services changed and the credit card provider has changed. As a result of that, we've tried to tighten up the practices and the processes around that. It also is part of the work being done on improving the software and how it's utilised. So yes, again, it is a concern, but I think we're on the right track in terms of the process changes that we're doing, and also the policy improvements and the oversight and the strictness around how we want to see that policy being managed through the organisation. credit cards are always a challenge, but we need to make sure that we have significant oversight through layers of management, that the policies are being enforced and utilised. So it is a work in progress. There's also been a clear signal from me to the organisation that if there is unauthorised or inappropriate expenditure, it will be paid for by the individual employee from their own funds.
Thank you, and thank you for your work in that space.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Any further questions?
I just wanted to say thank you. It's good to see that the audit office is actually looking to try and better the organisation. Love the idea of more controls, but at least increasing efficiencies. There was no hint of any fraudulent activity, which is again a great thing. We want to make sure that those controls are in place, and we want to see an efficient organisation. So thank you so much for your report, and it was very interesting.
Councillor Hay?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. I put the motion to the floor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Call upon Councillor Moriarty to introduce item 11.5.
Thank you, Chair. I'll introduce item 11.5, unaudited monthly financial report for April 2026. I'll take the report as read, and I'll move the motion as presented that Council receive the unaudited monthly financial report for April 2026.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor McInnes. Councillor Moriarty.
I'd just like to hand over to the Director, if I may, just for an overview and summary of the report for the information for those present, please.
Thank you, Councillor Moriarty, through you, Mr Mayor. As we head towards the back end of the financial year, it's always important to look at our point of reference for the statement of performance for the organisation. The numbers on the face of it do show we're running an operating surplus, but as I've previously indicated to Council, the timing of grant monies actually mean that the Council has a deficit at this point in time. We continue to manage that through to the end of the financial year. What is relevant is having an understanding of where we are with our capital spend at this point in time. And I know we've just looked at the capital report. There will be a Budget Review 3 also coming up for discussion later today, so I might defer some of my commentary to that. In relation to the financial report, it does show that we're in a stable position. The underspend for capital expenditure does result in us having additional funds available. The consequence of that is we're able to earn additional interest revenue, which will help bolster the position of Council through to the end of the financial year. To a level of detail, we're still working on the final implications of the back pay associated with Council certified agreement negotiations. The current plan is for that to be paid next month in June and finalised. While some of that information is available and we have some understanding of the impact on the organisation, that work is just currently being peer reviewed for completeness at this point in time. There is a level of detail in there, and we continue to work on the recovery of unpaid rates. Councillors will be aware we are in a process for a number of properties around the sale of land for rate arrears. That process continues in the background, and we are also trying to work more proactively with customers across the region in managing their rate arrears through repayment plans and with the agency that's assisting Council in that regard. That's probably an overview. Councillors, happy to take detailed questions if you have any.
Thank you, Director, and thank you for your work that you've been doing, especially in around rates and arrears, and that space is an important area of work. I just have one further question before other councillors have the opportunity. I just noticed, and I apologise, I think it's page 9 of 12, but I'm not sure which document it's in. I just noticed the proceeds from asset sales of fleet is around $600,000 less, I believe, from the document than has been budgeted for. Just an explanation about what's happening with the fleet and those sales. Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Moriarty, through you, Mr Mayor. That is a current work in progress. We have recently loaded one truck up with vehicles to go off to the auction house. We're trying to do that a couple more times between now and the end of the financial year to realise the sale of equipment that has been turned over. It is probably a little behind due to some of the delays in receipt of incoming equipment, but we'll try and get closer to that budget value between now and the end of the financial year. Fleet management remains an area that requires constant attention, and it's something that we'll work towards throughout the budget process and beyond to better understand our sustainability in the longer term.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, if I may, or a couple of questions. Employees' expenses being held up in terms of payment of the EB. When is that likely to be paid and have an impact? And they're talking about 1.3 million.
Through you, Mr Mayor, perhaps I wasn't clear in my previous statement. We have calculations run that are currently being peer reviewed. It is scheduled for those payments to be made throughout June in a systematic way. So there will be payments throughout June to manage this information. We have only recently received a taxation ruling that will allow us to better manage those impacts, given some of the issues that have been, well, some of the historical areas that we've identified changes required. It was important for us to get a tax ruling from the ATO to best manage that, to minimise impacts on employees, and now we have that advice. We'll proceed to finalise those calculations. So it will be in the end of financial year numbers for the month of June.
And can I take it that, thank you, can I take it the 1.7 million cost reduction in staff vacancies, particularly around the works team and design survey, that will be permanent reduction for this financial year?
Not sure I clearly understand the question.
Well, that 1.7 million that hasn't been spent due to largely due to vacancies, you're not, I mean, that's over accumulated 12 months, I take it. So you're not going to likely spend that 1.7 million in terms of that that allocation of funding to that area, correct?
True, Mr Mayor, and essentially the purpose of holding and retaining and managing the vacancies is to ensure that we have sufficient cash to fund the back pay requirements across council through the current budget, because that's obviously an unbudgeted expense to some extent beyond the current year.
Thank you. The depreciation methodology changes that occurred that resulted in a reduction of about 1.5 million, is that reflected? And I think that's on unsealed and pavements. Is that reflected in the asset valuation? And could you just maybe just highlight what those methodology changes are?
Yes, I'll try, and not sure if the Director of Infrastructure will assist as well. The methodology changes were passed through the valuations and the conditions that came through as at the 30th of June 2025. Those methodologies, if you like, have flowed into the current financial year. There is no revaluation occurring on roading assets for this financial year. That's been limited to building and improvements. So it won't reflect as an increase in the current year. So the basis of the calculation and methodology used should hold the depreciation expense where it sits at the moment. The only change off the top of my head, Mr Mayor, would be any new developer contributed assets that may add to the asset base, but they would be accounted for through our normal processes. A more detailed response might be better at a workshop just to explain that, if that's suitable.
Thank you. Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Moriarty?
No, thank you, Chair.
I'll put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Call upon Councillor Cryer to introduce item 11.6.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce item 11.6, 2026 to 2027, Register of Fees and Charges. I take the report as read. I would like to move to the motion that 1, pursuant to sections 97, section 1 and 262, section 3C of the Local Government Act 2009, Council adopt the 2026 to 2027 Register of Fees and Charges contained in Attachment 1, and 2, Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the 2026-2027 Register of Fees and Charges if and as required.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Sanders. Councillor Hay, would you like to talk to your motion?
Again, it's me.
Councillor Cryer, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, you need to swap. Yeah. This report provides Council with the proposed register of fees and charges for 2026 to 2027 for Council's consideration and adoption. It is also important to note that Section 97 of the Local Government Act 2009 allows a local government to fix a cost recovery fee under a local law or a resolution. So, to minimise the general rate burden on ratepayers, Council will therefore attempt to recover costs through charging fees for the use of services and facilities where it is administratively simple and efficient to do so. In setting charges for local government services and facilities where Council is the sole supplier, prices will be based on the principle of recovering the cost to Council providing said service or facility. In some circumstances, it may be appropriate for Council to set charges for services below full cost recovery in order to achieve social, economic and/or environmental goals with its local community. Having said this, although where services and facilities may be supplied by other parties, including community or not-for-profit organisation, Council will seek to apply the principle of full cost recovery in setting charges in order to achieve certain fairness across the board. Going forward, in reviewing and analysing the fees and charges proposed for the register, Council has in some instances sought to benchmark its structure with other local governments, and in this respect there has been some resulting significant changes in some fee and charges to better reflect the full cost impacts for Council. Some of these cost recovery fees under the Local Government Act may be for items which have a larger cost to implement, such as, for example, an application for the issue or renewal of a licence, permit, registration or other approval, or something like seizing property or animals, and also recording a change of ownership of land. So I can also say in depth what some of these fees and charges entail, such as for many things like photocopying resources for libraries and directory maps, event and venue fees, fees for keeping of animals and for impounding of animals, licences for operating various things, and fees for something like commercial groundwater extraction, planning fees for development application approvals. The list goes on, but maybe through the chair, the officer or the director may like to elaborate on some of the more significant ones.
Thank you to the officer, particularly around the development fee applications where there have been significant changes. And if you could also not just highlight the significant changes, but also the reason, the root cause of why these changes have been made, their significance and the period outstanding in terms of catching up with that recovery.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. To put some context around what's been said, Council receives about $11.7 million from fees and charges planned in its future budget, and the majority of fees and charges, whilst reviewed, have been indexed in and around 5% in line with inflation and known cost to Council. As has been alluded to and referenced, Council's put significant emphasis into its development and compliance fees and charges to look at benchmarking with neighbouring and like local governments to evaluate whether or not the costs of doing business were accurately reflecting the fees that were being charged. And as has been articulated by Councillor Cryer, we are generally looking at fees and charges on a cost recovery basis, so they're not commercial fees. What had been identified in some of our applications that the fees may not have been reviewed for a period of time, but also looking at comparatively the work that goes into the applications and around development applications, the increasing activity and workload that's been coming to Council. So those fees have been reviewed on the basis of comparison with like local governments, but also in looking at what the cost of delivering that service might be, the cost of processing an application, whether that's all internal costs or involves cost from outside the organisation, in a real endeavour to make sure that the fee for service reflects the cost of the service being provided. That focus has really been to lessen the impact of any subsidy that might come from general rate revenue as a result of not charging enough in some of those fees and charges. There has been a resultant forecast in revenue increase as a result of those fees to offset the costs that Council are incurring in managing those applications. Rather than talking about specific applications, that's probably a general response. Mayor, if you wanted an individual application, I'll need to get an officer to more detailedly explain that. Open to comments from the Director of Planning, Development and Environment if he wanted to make one in relation to those proposed fee changes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you to the officer. The invitation.
I think the Director of Corporate Services covered it, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Hay?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I've just got a question. On page 70, declared dangerous and restricted and menacing dogs. It talks about, I'll just have to get to the right page. It's to do with release fees. I was a little confused. If we go down to impounded animals, it talks about the first time impounded dog release fee, first time a dog has been impounded which is currently registered with Council and already microchipped, excluding dangerous and menacing dogs. It doesn't go, and the fee is nil. So there's nothing that explains what happens to impounded dangerous and menacing dogs. Is there a release fee, or are they never released, or what happens?
Through the CEO.
Director?
Councillor, through the chair, can you just repeat?
Yep. Under impounded animals, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yep. first time impounded dog release fee, it talks about the first time a dog has been impounded, and then it says in brackets excluding dangerous and menacing dogs. So the fee is nil for a first time dog that's not dangerous or menacing. Are dangerous or menacing dogs, if they've been impounded for the first time, released? And if so, is there a fee, or what happens? It's not clear from that list of fees there.
I might have to take that on notice. There should be a fee associated with that if they were to be released, but those dogs would be obviously assessed.
Much higher.
Correct. Yeah, there's a higher threshold or a higher benchmark that we apply to a menacing or dangerous dog.
Yep. Okay. I am going to foreshadow a change to the motion as well, to make a change to what I'm going to ask the relevant director about next, and that is on page, where are we? Page 83, if we could just scroll to that, please. And I have discussed this with Sean in my planning meeting. We go down to fee for expert advice and or assessment of technical reports by council, engaged external consultants / specialists, brackets peer review. The fee is $2,346. I don't believe that goes in any way towards cost recovery of one of those types of reports or engagements, and given that we've got one on the go at the moment, it's probably going to cost us $20,000 or $30,000. I believe that $2,346 should be amended to be at cost. I think that would be more reasonable, because we could have more and more of these things. As we get more and more complex development applications being submitted, we're more likely to require expert reports and peer reviews, and I can't think of anyone that would have cost only $2,346. So through to the director, through the chair, through the CEO.
Director, are you aware of this one?
If I could just be given a couple of minutes just to read some material so I could respond.
Thank you.
It's a good pick-up, Councillor. I believe we did discuss this previously.
I don't think it was this particular one. It was in general.
But it's a very good point. I guess while the officer is just making that consideration,
yes.
And I guess there may need to be a number of amendments. In a bigger picture, a fees and charges report can be brought back for amendments throughout the course of a year. To you, Director.
If you'd like me to reply to that, Mr Mayor. So these fees and charges are to set from the 1st of July 2026. Under the legislation, Council has the right to review these fees and charges at any time throughout the financial year, which is vastly different from the rates and charges when we go through the budget process. So I do believe there was some discussion around the point that you raised, Councillor Hay, because there'd been some significant uplift in some of the development fees and charges. I think to have a base fee there was probably the early intent, but that may well have changed. So my understanding and recollection was that fee would sit as a base fee, and then if we determined throughout the course of the year that needed to be amended, then that could be revisited. But likewise, the schedule could be amended to reflect at cost or price on application, pending the complexity of the work that we're chasing or relevant to that individual application. So there are a couple of options available to council there. Councillor Hay.
Thank you. I'd prefer to change it today, not to have it on the to-do list somewhere down in the future. If it's before us today, let's fix it today. And the wording you suggested, either at cost or the other wording, either of those would be suitable. But if we leave it as a base cost of $2,346, I just worry that it'll stay stuck on that until we come back and review other things. So I have one other question.
Just before we do, we're going to go back to the Director, but that's not the suggestion. What I wanted to make the public aware of is that these costs can be reviewed, as pointed out by the Director, at any point in time. What's identified today, we can amend, and we can amend the motion, but this is quite a substantial document in terms of there are a lot of line items. We have been through this thoroughly. There have been major changes to this document, but it's not to say it's perfect. What is the opportunity for us is that we'll make those amendments today, but we will continue to review, and also there'll be impact during the year as we see what's involved in terms of the applications and the use of those services that also enable further reviews.
Yes.
That's the point to the question. To the Director.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Hay, for the question. So some of the feedback received was that the base fee of that 2,346 was probably considered to be easy to include that fee up front, and given that the fees, or the larger fees for some of the impact accessible applications, in particular the inconsistent ones, it's likely that those fees are likely to offset that difference in terms of any technical sort of reviews that may be required as part of assessing those applications. So in short, we're increasing those impact accessible fees. We've sort of looked at that to say, let's have that benchmark fee at the 2,346, given that the fees for particularly the inconsistent application fees are considerably higher under this proposed fee regime.
Thank you, Director. I'm aware that we increased those assessment fees, particularly significantly for inconsistent development, but the fact is that not all of them will end up going to a peer review or needing expert reports. So what we've charged in the fees, was it category A, B, C, or category 1, 2, 3, I can't remember what it was. I don't believe that they, even for the inconsistent use ones, come anywhere near covering what the cost of expert reports and peer reviews could end up being. And to leave it at 2,346 as a base figure with no wording that says or at cost if higher or something to that effect really locks us into $2,346, and I'm not really satisfied with that, sorry.
I think we need to clarify, because I'll just refer to the Director for one moment.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and to support the Director of Planning, Development and Environment, perhaps that charge could read at cost with the minimum fee structure set at 2,346, just to set the base for what that fee might look like as a middle ground, Mr. Mayor.
And just a question back to the Director of Planning, because I thought you articulated it reasonably well. Are there, for example, where it is a code accessible, this is not going to be called upon, and in your inconsistent use, you're covering those costs? Is there a gap, is what I'm asking, in relation to in relation to Councillor Hay's statement?
I would say in the majority, no, but every now and again you may get an application or receive an application that has complexities around it that might require some additional or further technical assessment. But I'd say if you're looking at a code assessment application, very unlikely to have, that complexities around it.
So the safeguard is the Director of Corporate's suggestion? And
yes, Mr. Mayor, I know other fees and charges regimes that I've worked with, you would have a minimum fee, and if anything over and above that, the applicant would be aware that it'd be charged anything over and above the balance.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk?
Recalling this conversation, this fee was for, and says it in the thing, their fee for expert advice of the technical reports, not the technical reports. So the council officer said on the day that they have the ability to offset the expert report costs, and this cost was for their assessment of that. So then it's not actually for the report. So he thought at the time that that was enough to do the assessment, but I'm happy with the amendment because it gives us both avenues covered of the fee, plus if it does happen to be a higher assessment level, that they can actually then charge more for it. So I'm happy with the amendment, but there is that technicality that was, I believe, was explained, if I can remember correctly. So.
Correct. Councillor Hay?
Yes, I'd be happy with that amendment. I just have one further question through the chair. Could the director elaborate on the one that's of particular interest to me and probably to everybody else, the additional fees for unapproved development that are going to be applied post the 1st of July this year for any development application that is lodged as a result of a show cause or enforcement notice? It's on page 79. I believe that's been brought in line with other councils' fees and charges. Because we currently don't have anything like that. But there's a lot of compliance activity that goes on that we can't recover the costs for, that gets to the point where someone has to lodge a development application for something significant like a wedding venue or a polo field or whatever it might be.
So, through the chair, so councillor, you're referring to the additional fees for unapproved development? So I suppose we're using the fee and the fees regime as an incentive for people to do the right thing by applying upfront and not effectively establishing a land use and then coming back for a subsequent retrospective approvals. So that's we're using that as a mechanism, perhaps as a disincentive to go down that pathway and actually do the right thing up front.
Thank you.
Councillor Hay?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay, you want to propose your amendment?
Need to amend paragraph 1. Adopt the 2026-2027 Register of Fees and Charges contained in attachment 1, noting an increase to,
Just to change.
right.
Perhaps.
Not increasing it, we're just changing.
To change would be better, yeah. Noting a change to, you'd have to go back and cut and paste the exact wording, yeah.
I'll just ignore the formatting.
To include the words, and what was it, Director?
I've got the words.
At cost, yeah.
Yeah. No, here it is.
Cost of 2,000, whatever it was.
No, that costs with a minimum base rate.
Yeah, that's it, yep. Words, plural. Okay, no, I'm happy with that, thank you.
Councillor Sanders?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Hay, anything additional to your motion?
No, thank you, Chair.
I put it to the member. Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Councillor Hay, I just think that's fairly open in the way that is. The cost with a minimum fee structure of 346, it's actually I'd like it to be more specific, yeah, or at cost, the words that the director used there earlier.
2346 as minimum, is that right?
Yeah.
Or
I get the intent, but it's, yeah,
open to interpretation. Okay.
yeah, director, you did have the words there, yeah.
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The other language in the document is price on application. So that would take into account the costs incurred by council, but it still secures the minimum requirement that the other director referenced in terms of the calculations made to date. So if the term at cost is a little ambiguous, price on application is generally the term used throughout the balance of the document.
You're still going to put in minimum of 2346 or at cost? Is that what you're saying? Minimum 2346?
My suggestion is, Mr. Mayor, that we remove the words at cost and just price on application with the minimum fee structure set at 2346.
POA or minimum 2360, is that right?
Please.
Yeah, I've just got
Councillor
just got a question on that.
Councillor Hay?
Yeah, that would indicate that there's going to be, after we're sort of halfway through the process, there's going to be some negotiation with the developer as to whether or not we go out for peer review or more reports or whatever. So what happens if they're not in agreement with that? And obviously I assume we go out for a quote or a tender, or depending on how much it is, to get an idea of how much it's going to be. So how will that work?
Through the director.
Through the chair, that's a very good question, Councillor Hay. In my dealings in local government and planning, I can't think of a case where a proponent has refused or disagreed, to be honest. Again, it's something that would be negotiated between the council and the proponent in terms of meeting those costs. Obviously, if they disagreed, then council would have to make that decision to proceed and wear the cost accordingly.
Just a further question. So currently, if we go out for a peer review or an extra report or whatever, is there any cost to the applicant? Or are they agreeing because there's no cost to them?
I might just take that one on notice and come back to you, councillor.
I believe.
Mr. Mayor, I'll try again. So if the word, could we use the term priced at cost? If you don't want price on application, priced at cost with the minimum. Move away from the price on application to priced at cost.
Can I just, point of clarification, can I just clarify? So what we're saying is the applicant has provided 2 or 3 reports for whatever reason. They'll be expert reports. We as council have to assess those reports and maybe get a peer review on them to make sure that we're looking at them correctly. So we're going to charge them for another whole report. But I thought the 2346, whatever it happens to be, is the cost of us reviewing the peer review that's provided to council and making an assessment on that, not the cost of the actual report itself. So I'm just wanted to clarify.
That's as stated previously. So this is the cost of the review of the report, nothing to do with the external report itself. We pointed that out earlier. Thank you. Are there any questions in relation to the motion before you, amended motion before you? Councillor Cryer, did you wish to talk further to your motion?
Do I need to read that motion as changed?
Please, if you would.
Amended motion, pursuant to sections 97(1) and 2623C of the Local Government Act 2009, Council adopts the 2026-2027 Register of Fees and Charges contained in Attachment 1, noting an amendment to fee for expert advice and or assessment of technical reports by council engaged external consultants / specialists, peer review, to include the words price at cost with a minimum fee structure set at $2,346. And to council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the 2026-2027 Register of Fees and Charges if and as required.
Councillor Sanders has seconded to the motion. You're comfortable with that?
Yes,
thank you. Okay. I believe also the Director Planning may have a response on the question in relation to dog release fees.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just in response to that, so if you've got a dangerous or menacing dog, the impoundment fee would apply, which is $194 release fee, Councillor.
So it's a minimal amount considering it's a declared dog.
Sorry, you got a question?
No.
That's a release fee. That's not in relation to any other penalty. Directors, to clarify?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I think, just to clarify, that's a release fee, not a penalty for any other infringement in relation to it being a deemed, what's the terminology?
Menacing or dangerous. So if a menacing and dangerous dog was impounded, whether it was wandering or whatever, there would probably, what we're talking about is the release fee from the pound. The owners of a menacing or dangerous dog have higher fees as part of their registration process.
So my point now, after that explanation, is should there not be another line in that list that stipulates what that release fee is for a dangerous or menacing dog, given that they've been specifically excluded in the bracketed words? No?
We could add the wording in the brackets there as part of the description to include that if you wish.
Do you want to, are you proposing an amendment? Councillor Hay?
Yes, thank you. I'm not going to come up with the wording, but to the relevant director, perhaps they could come up with some wording to add an extra dot point in there that specifically explains the circumstances for the release of a declared or dangerous menacing dog.
Through the chair, in terms of the description and the fees and charges, it says impounded impounded animal release fee, in brackets, small animal, but it says cat, dog, calf, a whole description per each animal impounded. So I think that picks up whether it's a menacing, dangerous or just a normal dog. It's actually picked up in that bracket under impounded animals.
So you're suggesting it's already covered, Director?
Yeah. Well,
yes, Mr. Mayor.
Are you accepting of that, Councillor Hay?
I think it's implied, but it's not spelt out. And if I struggle to understand that, I think other people would too. But in the for the sake of expediency, we'll just move on.
Is anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. I heed what the Mayor says about this said about this item, in that there are a lot of line items and which have been picked up in various forms, including the dangerous dogs. That, as the council has maintained a critical eye of fairness when reviewing the 2026-2027 register of fees and charges, especially when determining where cost recovery may be crucial. I'm therefore happy to, in this knowledge, to support its adoption. Thank you.
I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Call upon Councillor Hay for item 11.7.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.7, Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 19th of March 2026, and I take the report as read, and the report is attached to the agenda. I'll go straight to the motion. Wherever it is. The motion is that Council note the report to Council on the Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 19th of March 2026, and I'm presenting this report as a member of the Audit and Risk Committee. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder to the Councillor Sanders? Councillor Hay?
Thank you, Chair. I think the report's self-explanatory, unless there was anything that the relevant director may wish to add. This is purely a report to be accepted by Council. There's nothing terribly contentious in it. Don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anything to the director?
Nothing to add, Mr Mayor, but happy to answer questions if members have any.
Any questions? No questions. Anyone wanting to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay, nothing further?
No, thank you, Chair.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Turn to item 11.8 and call upon Councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll introduce report 11.8 today, which is the Operational Plan 2025-2026 Quarterly 3 Progress Report. Once again, I'll take the report as being read. It's quite a substantial one, and I'll start with the motion that Council approve the Quarter 3 Operational Plan 2025-2026 Progress Report, and 2, Council approve the Quarter 3 2025 to 2026 Service Delivery Report.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Moriarty, thank you. Councillor Chalk.
Put this open. Any questions first before any comments?
Questions from the members? Yeah, I'm going at 11 o'clock. Sorry. Any questions?
So, through Ms. Merritt's on the big tin. Yep.
Could I just, from the officer, is there anything that you, while the councillors are looking for their questions, is there any, would you like to make a point or go through the executive summary in terms of the highlights?
I can, Mr Mayor, that's fine.
Thank you.
obviously, as it says in the report, this is the progress report from the 1st of January to the 31st of March. As you would all know, there are 51 activities in our current operational plan, and at the end of the 31st of March, 7 of those activities had been completed, 29 were on track, 13 are being monitored, and 2 require attention. The rest of the information is in the attachment, so if councillors have questions, I'm sure myself or the other relevant directors will be happy to answer them.
Mr Mayor, I've only got a couple of little quick statements I want to make just about the master plan off that.
If we may, you can talk for or against the motion. Have we had any questions from the floor? Okay. Is there anyone wanting to talk against the motion? Sorry, councillor, then we're really back with the Councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, just in closing, having read the report, it's quite substantial. I think we've been on a really good journey of continuous improvement in this area in our reporting, and I think it's really getting there with what we're delivering now and the information that it provides. So if we continue on in that vein, I think we'll be delivering really good reports that we can put out to the public and really show the amount of operational work that we do and how we're tracking it and working on it. So I congratulate you, Tara, and your team for your hard work, and it's probably the whole administration that does this because they all got to feed into it, and your report's only good as the information that they're providing. It really is important so we know where we are in the scheme of things. Not everything's perfect, we understand that, but you know, we need this good information so that we can make our decisions moving forward. So thanks for the report, and yeah, I'm happy to recommend it to the councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chalk, for the feedback. Thank you.
I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillor Moriarty, item 11.9.
Thank you, Chair. Item 11.9, the late item, 2025 to 2026 March budget review. I'll take the report as read and introduce the motion as presented, that in accordance with sections 169 and 173 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council adopt the 2025 to 2026 Q3 March budget review as outlined in the 1 revised statement of comprehensive income for 2025 to 2026 through 2027 to 2028 inclusive. 2 revised statement of financial position for the 2025 to 2026 through 2027 2028 inclusive. Revised statement of cash flows for 2025 to 2026 through 2027 to 2028 inclusive. Revised statement of changes in equity for 2025 to 2026 through 2027 to 2028 inclusive. And 5 revised relevant measures of financial sustainability.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Councillor Moriarty.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions. And I note that the current forecast is for an operating deficit of $4.7 million approximately. And my question for the Director is, this deficit has been increasing for a period of time and is more than the budgeted deficit from 2025-26 budget. My question is, what measures have Council been undertaking to address the increasing deficit?
Thank you, Councillor Moriarty. I suppose from the outset, the significant impact in the current budget review reflects the unexpected and extraordinary costs associated with waste that the Council have received some updates on. So it is a budgeted position at this point in time, and we'll manage where we can to limit that reduction. But on the face of it, the accounts do represent a operating surplus, but that needs to be adjusted for grant timing. Throughout the financial year, we have been managing the vacancies of the organisation as one of the cost constraints, trying to manage the labour costs within what known budgets are. Also looking for savings and efficiencies through the procurement activities of the organisation. That hasn't been helped by matters external to Australia and overseas, with the increasing cost around things related to fuel. Those impacts do flow into our other operations, as part of our business is around civil contracting and building roads, and we have previously made council aware that costs of bitumen and related products are increasing, to the extent of 40%. So that means we can do more with less at the moment, but we're trying to manage those impacts across the organisation. Efforts are being made to make the organisation more productive, but some of that takes time. Earlier, you heard me reference comments around procurement, using technology to improve our process and how we do work. Part of that is trying to help the organisation work smarter and become more productive. It's hard in the current environment for us to wind back that deficit position, just given the operational constraints we have at the moment. One of the other impacts, I suppose, associated with this budget review sees the capital program also reduced by about $5.6 million. That was referenced in a couple of reports earlier to council. That's really about moving works into the forward years rather than work's not necessarily getting done, but it is related to the timing of the work getting done and council's access to contractors and other resources as needed. The council started the year with approximately a $2.3 million operating deficit position forecast. That's essentially doubled to the position where we're at this point in time. There may well be, that we don't realise all the costs associated with waste management in this financial year to try and minimise that position, but again, that's related to the timing of the work required to be undertaken. Council also continues to, where possible, look for other external avenues to support some of those additional cost increases, and there's still a large portion of the capital works program that relates to infrastructure recovery work that is being funded also in part or in whole by Queensland Reconstruction Authority and funds from other levels of government. The report in the executive summary does articulate the increases in expenses there, but also we're trying to, where possible, identify other sources of revenue to try and balance that out. As I had mentioned in presenting the monthly financial report, the cash position for the organisation remains sound, partly due to capital works being deferred or pushed forward at this point in time. Outside of the operating surplus ratio, we're generally within bounds on the other ratios, and as has been discussed with council through its budget processes to date, it's managed the impacts of deficits over time. That needs to be taken in context. Individual deficits in isolation can be managed, but it's a series or consequential deficits that do question council's long-term financial sustainability, which at this time, does remain sound, and the decisions and discussions in relation to developing the 26-27 budget process with council have been focused on trying to establish an operating balance for the organisation, for want of a better term. Not sure I've directly answered all your questions, councillor. If you have more specifics, I'll try.
No, thank you, Director. That's a good overview of the situation. Noting that the operating surplus ratio is the concerning ratio at this point in time. We need to get that back up above zero as soon as possible. I just have and these are just high-level questions for someone just reading the report, just an explanation of the reason for, and I'm referring to attachment 1, which is on page 3 of the report, that we have figures for the budget review 3, which is the review that is before us at the moment, and then we have projections for 26, 27 and 27, 28. So the question is the income for budget review 3, total income for budget review 3 is over $200,000, but the projected in 26, 27 and 27, 28 is $148 million and $133 million, if I'm reading that correctly. My question is, that's a significant drop, and there's obviously a reason for that, which I'm assuming is something like unknown grant, future grants, and so on and so forth. But if you could explain why that there is a drop in that total income projected.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Moriarty, what's referenced there on that top line around capital grants, subsidies and contributions is where council recognises the funding it receives from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority in relation to works done for restoration of public assets under essentially the disaster relief funding arrangements. What's referenced in there are the known amounts at this point in time from the events that we currently hold and the work that we're doing. Certainly as we build the 26/7 budget, they will be refreshed based on information that we know at this point in time. So you will see a change as we bring forward that information, but for consistency, that necessarily hasn't been modelled into the numbers that you see, particularly for 27, 28. We are forecasting in the order of, and I'll seek some assistance from my director colleague, around the $30 million mark to be spent in each of the coming forward years, and that relates to 2 events of around $15 million each year to go forward into that year. There are still some works that we're yet to receive confirmation from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority on the value of that work. So until we get that information right, it's not loaded into the financial data. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, no, I understand. It's probably a matter of timing and when you can actually include things in the budget, but I was just asking, for an explanation for anyone who reads the report. They're probably wondering what the...
I think, Councillor, additionally, and you're right, it grants and there's $20 million differential you're talking about, but the council is at least consistent in terms of its budget forecasting. So in that 27, 28, I don't know, it's less than $4 million for grants, but when you go back to setting the original budget for 25, 26, it's a similar figure. And then with the first budget review, it jumps to 66 or some odd million, reflecting that grant revenue. So you're right in terms of what it is, but at least the approach is consistent year in, year out.
So my next question is related to the total expenses, which also decrease in the forecast in the forward years, from 131 million to 123 million in 26, 27 and 127 million in 27, 28. So the same.
How many minutes to read it?
Noting at the same time that employee expenses are forecast to go up by about 3 million per year in that time. So just a quick overview, given we've touched on employee expenses a little bit already. Just an overview of the overall expenses are forecast to decrease, but the employee expenses are forecast to increase quite significantly over the next 3 years.
Thank you, Councillor Moriarty, through you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to commentary on the overall reduction, part of that is offset due to the grant income not being reflected. So in the construction work that we do for the restoration of assets, some of that work is done by external contractors and some of that work is done by employees. If we haven't recognised the revenue in there, then the expense that matches that won't sit inside what's normally the materials and services line. So as we sharpen our understanding of what those reconstruction works looks like, that information will be refreshed. The employee expenses really are about reflecting the known costs at this point in time. So council is still finalising the certified agreement with employees. Those forecasted employee expenses are based on current employee numbers at this point in time, and that remains a matter for further conversation with council as we build and finalise the 26-27 budget. Not sure if you want to make any other comments, Mr. CEO.
Through Ms Mayor, no, that's been covered well.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. I'll let any other councillors ask any questions they might have. Thank you.
Councillor Hay.
Thank you. Through the chair, I've just got a question on item 621104, a revenue adjustment. It's on page 20 of this late agenda. Revenue adjustment due to expected additional contributions from urban utilities towards Hinchcliffe Bridge works. How likely is it that we will receive any adjustment given that the costs have increased significantly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think the question, councillor, is whether or not we will see that additional revenue received this financial year as opposed to next financial year. The team are currently working with their colleagues at Urban Utilities. There is an additional amount that is required due to the relocation of some of the mains that currently sit within the old bridge and were proposed to be relocated to the new bridge. Those costs will be directly apportioned to the relocation of those trunk assets.
So those costs will be urban utility issue?
A portion of that is the intent, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yet to be confirmed and determined.
Thank you, Councillor Hay. Further questions? Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Moriarty, anything further?
No, thank you, Chair.
I put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We're coming up to the 2-hour mark, and we'll now look for an adjournment. If I could have a motion from the floor. Councillor Moriarty.
I'd like to move the motion that council adjourn the ordinary meeting to resume at 11:35 a.m.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor Chalk. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And we'll see you back here at 11:35. Thank you and welcome back. I propose the motion that council resume the ordinary meeting. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Moriarty. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We will now move on to item 11.10 and call upon Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce item 11.10, Revenue Policy 2026 to 2027. I take the report as read. I'd like to give some background on the report before I move the motion, because I believe it's been slightly changed and I'd like the Director to comment on that. So the revenue policy, the policy sets out the principles used by Council for establishing its own source of revenue, which includes general rates, separate rates and charges, special rates and charges, utility charges and fees and charges. Furthermore, the policy states that the rates, fees and charges are to be determined and applied in accordance with the Council's revenue statement. Council's budget preparation process for 2026 to 2027 has involved a series of discussions with the Mayor, Councillors and staff where various components have included the revenue statement, register of fees and charges, the 2026-2027 budget and the 2026-2027 to 2035 to 2036 long-term financial forecasts, to name but a few of these crucial documents. The underlying intent of this budget is to strengthen Council's financial position, much needed, especially in relation to the capital works required for assurance of delivery of the services provided to and required by the community so that they can be continued at an acceptable level into the future. So I will move to the motion and then I will ask the Director for some clarification on the additional wording. So I'd like to move that pursuant to sections 1692C and 193 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council adopt the Revenue Policy 2026 to 2027 with the inclusion of additional wording in section 4.4B4 at the end of the sentence to include on a case-by-case basis. So if I could, through the Chair, ask the Director.
Yeah, if we could just hold for a moment. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Thank you, Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you.
Do we have questions from the floor? Councillor Cryer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to direct through the Chair a question to the Director for the amendment to the motion, and if he could please explain the addition for clarity on its intent. Thank you.
To the Director.
Through you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Cryer. After the circulation of the agenda and taking on some feedback from councillors, it was identified that there is an opportunity to provide more clarity in the body of the proposed policy for 26-27. And so I've sought to provide that clarity to section 4.4B part 4, which had read, considering the capacity to pay the overdue rates and charges in determining appropriate payment plans for different sectors of the community. And the addition of the words on a case-by-case basis is probably clearer. Otherwise, it might bring an interpretation that there are classes or sectors of ratepayers that may bring forward issues rather than the repayment issues probably being more dealt with on an individual basis. So it's really about to bring more clarity into the policy document, and thank Councillor Hay for her contribution to assisting with tightening up those words. Would you like me to talk to the policy more generally now, or are there questions on what the amendment proposed looks like, which is now in the motion in front of council.
Yes, thank you, Director. That would be great. I also had a question as well on the policy in relation to sustainability and how the revenue decisions made here today support the financial strategies for delivery of infrastructure and services for council's long-term planning into the future.
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you, Councillor Cryer. A couple of notes and then I'll respond to that query, Councillor Cryer. So the revenue policy proposed for 26-27 is one of the key strategic documents that Council uses to set the foundations for its budget framework. It does articulate Council's revenue raising capabilities and the concepts and principles that it will use to gather revenue to fund the operations of Council. It is a statutory policy required through the legislation. For completeness, I've gone back to the draft issued by the state government, which is a guideline for most councils, revisited what was in Council's policy and probably used some experience from other local governments to make some amendments to that policy. Part of that is to provide a strengthening of the concepts that are in there, but also to set the foundations around the sustainability as a concept and making sure that the revenue raising considers the long-term sustainability aspirations of the council while also understanding what the current economic and market conditions might allow council to do in its setting its fees and charges. It also sets the foundations upon which further work can be done, as has been articulated to council around recognising the waste activities and the application of the national competition policy principles, which will be addressed further through the budget development and into the second half of this calendar year. The sustainability concept also recognises the fact that council, in setting its fees and charges and other charges, is also aware of how development is funded and how it uses the monies from development to ensure the appropriate infrastructure, trunk or otherwise, is in place as and when needed and development comes online. Part of making that clear is important for this local government as it's a growing local government region, and there are many planning and future considerations that must be taken into account when looking at council's revenue streams, particularly into the future. Probably happy to take more questions on the specific aspects of the policy that councillors may have. The way it's been presented is the existing policy, a policy that includes the marked up changes, and then a clean policy with all the amendments provided in there. Happy to take questions on any of those aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Anyone wishing to, sorry, Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to the Director, I have asked this question recently and been provided with a written answer, but I think if I'm asking, then other people might as well. On page 48, it mentions a return on capital at E. A return on capital will only be charged where permissible under the Local Government Regs or Local Government Act. By imposing charges that accurately reflect the full cost of the provision of services, the Council will promote efficiency in both provision and use of the services. Could the Director expand on that, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hay, through you, Mr Mayor. Probably for clarity, the addition of that is about the reference I made to the application of the national competition policy to what may be considered business activities of council. We have referenced that in relation to council's waste services and that being a consideration going forward. Essentially, the reference to return on capital may also be known as return on investment to a lot of people. Really is about setting the foundations that if council chooses to invest in an activity, and we say that activity is the business of waste services, then like any other investment, it would expect a return coming back to it for its investment. this point within the policy allows for that consideration into the future. It also allows us to explore how the pricing may be set for those services as council considers and embarks on the assessment of any identified business activities, waste or otherwise. It also allows for that opportunity for council to consider how that might happen from a pricing perspective and whether that pricing might be over a period of years phased, or it may well be at the time that there isn't sufficient capital to generate a return and it gets built up over time. So it will be a decision year on year, but it's important to recognise that into the framework for the budget if we're going to do that work over the coming 12-month period. It is quite a standard practice for local governments and generally relates to those local governments more holistically who run water, sewer or waste activities or other commercial activities that generate a return back to council. Does that answer the question, Councillor Hay?
Yes, thank you. I have one further question. The next one down, F, council may choose to subsidise the charges from other sources, e.g. general rate revenue, when the council believes that this is in the community interest. Could, through the chair, the director elaborate on that one as well, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Hay, that paragraph simply references the opportunity where I've talked to council before about we operate in a continuum that is community at one end and commercial at the other end. There will be some activities and the decisions that we make that may be more at the community end than they are at the commercial end. And sometimes that might require a cross-subsidisation through general rating activities. It's something that we will consider over time, but it also is important to recognise that in the current environment, there may be opportunities where council wants to apply that to other fees and charges, and having that recognised within the policy provides a framework for us to be adaptable as things change throughout the financial year. And probably the easiest recollection would be for people through COVID, where many fees and charges were relaxed or amended as a result of that. In the current environment, the policy didn't recognise that, so I'm simply trying to be more holistic in how the policy comes together to make that flexibility available to council should it so desire. Again, the revenue policy is it's a set for the year. It is different from the fees and charges that we adopted earlier in this meeting. It needs to be adopted in advance of the budget and it sets the principles for the budget. It's not necessarily one we can go back and revisit throughout the financial year. I hope that makes it clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Anyone wanting to talk against the motion? Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. I want to reinstate the Director mentioned that the Section 193, Section 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 states the local government must review its revenue policy annually, allowing sufficient time for the annual budget to be developed, which is consistent with the revenue policy. So it can be adopted then as part of Council's budget for the next financial year. So therefore, the revenue policy for 2026-2027 financial year, which is being presented here today for Council's consideration and adoption, I am quite happy to support once again. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So I'll move to item 11.11 and call upon Councillor McInnes.
Thanks, Mayor. It's my pleasure to introduce 11.11 Hinchcliffe Bridge project update and budget increase. Just a small summary on it. Hinchcliffe Bridge upgrade project has experienced cost and scheduled impacts due to unforeseen site conditions, resource constraints and wet weather. These factors have resulted in a revised forecast cost of $9,558,394, requiring a cost increase of $1,078,292. Council is to consider the reallocation of funding to ensure project continuity and delivery in line with Council's community and strategic objectives. Get on to the recommendation, and that is that Council note the Hinchcliffe Bridge update and budget increase report and acknowledge that a request for additional funding has been incorporated into the 2025-2026 Q3 budget review. I so move that motion, Mayor.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Sanders. Councillor McInnes.
No, it's one of these unfortunate things, and it's probably, given the state of everything around the place, even this, some of this cost blowout did happen before. The Middle East conflict and fuel prices, but there has been some unforeseen expenditure, and yeah, the job has to be completed, and it's not that far off completion now. We actually did visit it on a tour around the area probably 2 months ago, I think it might have been. Yeah, so it was well on the way then. So this is what we have met.
Questions? Councillor Moriarty.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just a completion date or timeline for Hinchcliffe Bridge, if I may, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Councillors, the original completion date has been pushed out. We're looking at a potential completion date of next month at this point. The continued rain isn't helping. It looks like we'll be able to progress with a completion date within the next 4 to 8 weeks, but there may still be other elements adjoining the project that are going to be affected by the low subgrade material and some of those elements in the roads and other adjoining components that we'll have to just continue to address after the fact.
And if I may, we're fairly confident this will be the end of the budget adjustments for Hinchcliffe Bridge. We're confident we can get the job done for this amount.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, as far as the bridge project itself goes, I just sort of reiterate that this is to ensure that we can continue to validate and acquit the $5 million under the Bridge Renewal Program funding that was successful in 2024 and seeing the end of the project now in 2026.
Thank you.
Sorry, I will just add. The two elements that are yet to be worked through and decided are the relocation of the urban utilities water main, as was discussed in an earlier report. That's a cost share between urban utilities and council, and so that's an element that needs to be negotiated and worked out. And then effectively the removal of the old bridge. So that is still something at this stage that we are working through, and probably needs some other community insight and input, as well as looking at the implications to the project.
Councillor Sanders.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I do have a question. I was out there last Friday, took some photos, and they are working on the access or driveway, I think, down towards the old bridge, or maybe it's just an extension onto the bridge. I was a little bit unsure. So can you just confirm that that extra money or the money that we have budgeted for the bridge does include the removal of the bridge, or do you think there will be extra expenditure for the removal?
At this stage, councillors, the removal of the bridge was included in the total project cost. Look, I think it's going to come down to whether or not the variation has enough left over to cover the removal of the bridge while dealing with the subgrade, the poor subgrade conditions and the other elements that have impacted the cost of the project. So look, I can't say definitively at this point that this budget will fully cover the removal of the old bridge. That will be dependent upon how much these additional works cost. I'd probably make the comment that looking back through this project, when it was originally costed in 2024, the grant funding for $5 million from the federal government was successful. The tender price came in. We've worked with a 5% contingency through the project, so it's been an extremely low contingency amount, which again is, as you're aware, through another project with similar circumstances and cost increases, is an element that really does need to be addressed by council over the long term to ensure that the contingencies are adequate for the scale of the project, to minimise any additional funding requests for unforeseen elements like this.
Councillor Hay.
This may be a silly question, but do we have to remove the old bridge? Why can't we just leave it there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is, it's a great question. It's something that I've discussed internally. No, I don't believe we do have to necessarily remove in totality the old bridge. There would be implications for things like floodwater control, and it'll catch debris. There'll be additional maintenance costs over time for council if it's repurposed as a pedestrian bridge. So there are pros and cons to each, whether it's an upfront capital cost or whether it's something that council is comfortable in dealing with the ongoing operational and maintenance costs over the long term. We can work through that if we get to a point where the current budget cannot fully fund the removal of the old bridge. That's a big if, but we'll come back to council if and when that's relevant.
Mayor, just an observation. It says that this report relates to Division 3. I think it's Division 4. We might need to rectify that.
To the Director, Infrastructure. The report states during a construction site conditions were found to be more challenging than originally anticipated, resulting in additional works and increased project costs. You cited wet weather events, resource constraints and challenging site conditions. Now, can you refresh my mind, because my understanding or report that came to me is that the geotech work on the side approaches for Hinchcliffe Bridge were underdone, and that the bulk of the $1 million is in relation to now rebuilding those side approaches. Can you give some clarification about the report in terms of the cost increases that's stated here and what's actually happening and where that $1 million is being spent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that's a great question. So there are impacts through wet weather and a few other elements, but you are correct. The bulk of the increased cost is due to what we would call poor subgrade conditions, or the geotechnical conditions of the run-up and approaches on either side of the bridge. Unknown earlier in the project until the excavation works were actually undertaken on site, and so there is a range of stabilisation and additional material works that need to be undertaken and brought in to bring those approaches to a standard which will be appropriate for the lead into the bridge on both sides.
Can you tell me what work is being done by council, given the region that we're in, the geography and topography? We're not in granite soil, we're in basalt soil. Approaches on bridges, and the ground that we're in should be pretty well understood and known. Can you give us some understanding of works undertaking into the future that the council won't be landed in this sort of position again?
Mr. Mayor, I can't speak to the early stages of this project and the scope or scale of works that were undertaken in that respect. I think what you're speaking to is a very salient point when it comes to large projects, and particularly critical transport connections like bridges. The best scenario for council is to ensure that we are undertaking or requiring very clear geotechnical evaluation of the locations for these projects in very early stages, or even before the project is fully scoped, so that we understand the subsoil conditions, and that can be adequately scoped into and costed within a project.
Thank you. Further questions? Is anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes?
No, I haven't got anything else to add to it, Mayor.
I'll put it to the members. Those in favour of the motion? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, we have a number of confidential items before us, including... Sorry, if you could just bear with me for one moment. This new item. Okay. Including a new late item, 12.4. So we did raise at the top of the meeting declarable interest by members, but that was before item 12.4 came to council. And I'd just like to raise with the members that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 12.4, and that is given that there may be a perception of bias regarding any decision I would participate in making, given my position within the organisation. So during item 12.4, I will be taking leave from the room during both the discussion and the voting on the item, and will accordingly invite the Deputy Mayor, Councillor McInnes, to chair that part of the meeting in my absence. Thank you. I'd now like to call for a motion to go from the members to go into confidential. Councillor Sanders?
That in accordance with Council's standing orders for council meetings, policy and provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council closed the meeting to public to discuss confidential items as follows. 12.1 MCU 23-103 P&E Court Appeal number 3338 of 2025, review of matter following without prejudice confidence, which is closed under section 25, conference? Yes. Oh, sorry, what did I said something else. Conference closed, section 254J3E. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. 12.2, late item, Brommelton landfill airspace and leachate requirement closed under section 254J3C. 12.3, late item, consideration for the strategic disposal of land closed under section 254J3G. And 12.4, late item, confidential employee matters closed under section 254J3I, as discussions will be held about a planning and environment court appeal, waste management requirements, disposal of land and confidential employee matters. I so move.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor Hay, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We will now go into closed session. Thank you. And we will look to return on the hour.
It's up to you, councillors.
We will look to return on the hour. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. I now call from the members a motion to bring us back into open, please. Councillor Sanders.
Motion that the council resume an open session for the proposal of a resolution.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor Moriarty. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now call upon Councillor McGuinness to introduce item 12.1.
I thought you'd do that, Mayor. Opened the confidential one, didn't I, rather than the...
Ready when you are, Councillor.
I'm trying to get that. I'd like to put the following motion that pursuant to section of 257 of the Local Government Act 2009, Queensland Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to take all steps necessary to resolve Council's interest in the appeal of MCU 23-103 cheapaway.com.au Proprietary Limited versus Scenic Regional Council appeal in the Planning and Environment Court, P&E number 3888 of 2025, 38 Queen Street, Harrisville, Lot 1 up of RP 113052 with consideration to legal and expert advice. I so move, Mayor.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Moriarty.
Still confidential?
No.
Nothing further, Councillor?
No, I haven't got anything further to add, Mayor.
I'd put it to the floor. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Call upon Councillor Sanders to introduce item 12.2.
Yes. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 12.2, Bromelton landfill airspace and leachate requirements are closed under section 254J3C. I'll go straight to the motion. It's on page 9. No, I'm sorry. One more. Okay, there we go. Option 1, that 1. Council note the Bromelton landfill airspace and leachate requirements report and the urgent nature of this matter. 2. Council resolve to engage Beneterra Proprietary Limited for the supply of a Benevap evaporation unit in accordance with section 235A of the Local Government Regulation 2012 on the basis that there is only one supplier reasonably available to supply the required equipment and associated services. 3. Council resolve to extend...
Just one, if you could just finish the sentence. After services.
On the screen, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, did we change it slightly, did we? Oh, okay, within the required time constraints. Sorry, didn't have that on my list. Okay, item, what am I up to? 3. Council resolved to extend current agreement VP 443666 for fuel supply to the Benevap units in accordance with section 235C of the Local Government Regulation 2012 on the basis that a genuine emergency exists and immediate action is required to maintain critical landfill continuity and responsible environmental management in line with environmental authority conditions. I don't have any other words on that one. 4. Council resolved to engage suitably qualified suppliers of tankering and disposal services for contaminated water in accordance with section 235C of the Local Government Regulation 2012 on the basis that a genuine emergency exists and immediate action is required to maintain critical landfill continuity and responsible environmental management in line with the environmental authority conditions. And 5. Council resolved to engage a suitably qualified supplier with demonstrated experience in design and construction of large-scale leachate containment tank infrastructure in accordance with section 235C of the Local Government Regulation 2012 on the basis that a genuine emergency exists and immediate action is required to implement critical leachate management infrastructure. And 6, Council receive a further briefing on the management of Cell 2C detailing the background information, correspondence and decisions resulting. I so move.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion, please. Councillor Chalk. Councillor Sanders, anything further to the motion?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
I put it to the members. Those in favour of the motion? Carried unanimously. Call upon Councillor Chalk to introduce item 12.3.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll introduce report 12.3, which is consideration for the strategic disposal of land, which was closed under S254J3G. I'll move the following motion. That's a pretty long one. That one, council resolve that an exception under section 236(1)(bi) of the Local Government Regulations 2012 applies to the proposed disposal of land as identified in the body of this report, inclusive of any excess way rights or interests via adjoining council-owned lands. 2, council resolve that if an exemption under section 236(1)(bi) is not applied, council applies the exemption under section 236(1)(f) of the Local Government Regulations 2012 to the proposed disposal of land as identified in the body of this report, inclusive of any access way rights or interests via adjoining council-owned lands. 3, council resolve that the disposal is in the public interest because 1, the Queensland and Australian governments have identified the proponent as the preferred recipient of grant funding following an open application process. 2, the development supports the designation in the Queensland Government Shaping Queensland of the Brompton State Development Area as a potential recycling enterprise precinct. And 3, the development supports the Scenic Regional Council corporate plan outcomes. 3.1, economic growth and employment opportunities are created through promoting and developing the region's competitive strengths, in particular through promoting and advocating for Brompton State Development Area. 4, council resolve that the disposal is otherwise in accordance with the sound contracting principles for the following reasons. 1, council has obtained a valuation from a valuer registered under the Valuers Registration Act 1992. 2, the project is to be partially funded by grants from the Australian and Queensland government, which other businesses were able to apply for. 3, the development will be required to demonstrate compliance with all relevant national and state and local environmental legislation. And 4, all councillors and council officers adhere to council's code of conduct and council's governance processes have been followed. And 5, council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with section 257(1) of the Local Government Act 2009 to finalise and execute a sale agreement to either the State of Queensland or the proponent on terms satisfactory to the Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Sanders. Councillor Chalk.
Nothing to add, Mr Mayor, thank you.
I put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. I will now, as earlier pointed out, take my leave of absence due to a declared conflict of interest and now invite Deputy Mayor Councillor McInnes to the chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Late item 12.4. I'd call on Councillor Sanders.
Thank you. Item 12.4, it's a late item. Sorry, could you just scroll back up a little bit, Sharon? Sorry, I just want to read out that. Confidential employee matters. I'll put the motion that, having considered the contents of the confidential councillor briefing note and legal advice, council acknowledges that the matter will be dealt with in accordance with council policy. I so move.
Thanks, Councillor Sanders. Someone like to second that? Councillor Chalk. Anything you'd like to add, Councillor Sanders?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I'll put to the vote all that.
Can't discuss that.
Sorry?
No, it's confidential.
Can't really discuss it.
Confidential, I don't think.
Confidential matter.
Sorry, we'll take advice. Councillor Hayes.
Can't discuss the matter, councillor. That's what was done in closed session.
Yep. Okay.
Unless you have a...
Councillor Chalk, you've
We can speak, but we can't reveal any of the confidential material. So you have to be very careful if you're going to speak on the matter, that you don't disclose anything that was in the confidential.
Yeah, I think you are right there too, yeah. But, yeah.
Just with caution, councillor.
Yeah, caution.
Thank you, yeah. Caution noted. I would like to speak against the motion, given that the briefing note and legal advice that we have just discussed in closed session did not end up with this outcome. So I can't support it.
Yeah. Thanks, councillor Hay. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put the vote. Those in favour?
Sorry, I'm just going to do one thing.
Those against? The motion's carried. Division 4 is 2, 4, 5 and 6 against 1 and 3. There being no other business, and I'll hand back to the mayor. Sorry, back to the mayor to close the meeting.
Identify the resolution, councillor 12.4 on the screen.
Thank you. For that.
Sorry, Mayor. Yeah, you've read what's on the screen there.
I have, thank you. Thank you, Councillor McInnes. That draws, the last item on the agenda draws the meeting to a close, and I will now declare the meeting closed at 2:13 p.m. Thank you very much.